Hare Krishna. On the occasion of the Gita Jayanti, today we are going to read Bhagavad Gita as it is, 18 chapters, English translations along with the Sanskrit slokas. Before starting, we are going to take the blessings of the spiritual masters and the Lord, and then we will embark on the reading. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanvitamscha Namavom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Yiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarini He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Krupa Sindubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we are reading from chapter 1, observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Dhritarashtra uvacha Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Tamaveta Yuyutsavaha Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kimapurvata Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra desiring to fight, what did they do? Sanjaya uvacha Društva tu Pandavanikam Yudham Duryodhanastada Ācāryamupasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravīt. Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. Pashaitam Panduputranam Ācārya Mahatim Chamum Yudham Drupada Putrena Tava Srishyena Dhimata. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupada. Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhima Arjuna Samayudhi Yudhano Viratasya Drupadasya Maharadha. Here in this army are many heroic bowmen equally fighting to Bhima and Arjuna. Great fighters like Yudhana, Virata, and Drupada. Drushtaketusya Kitanaha Kasirajasya Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bhojasya Saivyasya Narapungavaha. There are also great heroic powerful fighters like Dushtaketu, Chekitana, Kashiraj, Purujit, Kuntibhoja, and Saibya. Yudhamanyusya Vikrantaha Uttamojasya Viryavan Saubhadro Draupadeyasya Sarva eva Maharatha. There are the mighty Yudhamanyu, the very powerful Uttamoja, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. Asmakam tu visishtahe tanibodha dvijottama nayaka mama sainyasya samyardham tan brahmimite. But for your information, O Bestadi Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force. Bhavan Bhishmasya Karnasya Krupasya Samitinjayah Asvedhama Vikarnasya Saumadhattistadaivacha. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Krupa, Asvedhama, Vikarna, and the son of Somadatta called Bhurishava, who are always victorious in the battle. Anye cha bahava shura madardhi tyakta jivita nana shastra praharana sarve yudha visharada. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons, and all are experienced in military science. Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam paryaptam twidam etesham balam bhimabhirakshitam. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yatha bhagam avasthitah Bhishmam eva bhirakshantu bhavantav sarva eva hi. All of you must now give full support to grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the phalanx of the army. Tasya sanjanayan harsham Guru Vruddha Pitamaha Simhanadam Vidadyochai Senkham Dadmo Pratapavan. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like a roar of a lion, giving Duryodhana joy. Tata Senkhasya Bhiryasya Panavanaka Gomukha Sahasaivaabhya Anyanta Sasabdastumulo Bhava. After that, the conch shells, drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns were all suddenly sounded, and the combined sound was tumultuous. Tatasvetarhayeryukte mahatisyandane sthito madhavav pandavaschaiva divyo senkho pradadmatu. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great war chariot drawn by white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. Panchajanyam Hrushikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Poundram Dadmo Mahasenkham Bhima Karma Vrukodaraha. Lord Krishna blew his conch shell called Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his, the Devadatta. And Bhima, the voracious eater and performer of Herculean tasks, blew his terrific conch shell called Pounder. Ananta Vijayam Raja Kunti putro Yudhishthirah Nakulah Sahadevasya Sughosha Manipushpakau Kashasya Parameshwasa Sikhandi cha Maharadaha Drustajumno Viratasya Satyakisya Parajitaha Drupado Draupadeyasya Sarvashah Prithivipate Saubhadrasya Mahabahu Shankhan Dadmuh Prudhak Prudhak. King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Ananta Vijaya, and Nakula and Sahadeva blew Sughosha and Manipushpaka. That great archer, the king of Kasi, the great fighter Sikhandi, Drishtajumna, Virata, the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupada, the sons of Draupadi, and others, O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. Saghosho dhatra rastranam hridayani vyadarayat nabhasya prudhivim chaiva tumulo abhyayunandana tumulo abhyanunadayan. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious. Vibrating both in the sky and on the earth, it shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. Adhavyavasthitan dhrushtva dhatra rashtraन् kapidbhajah pravrutte shastra sampate dhanurvujjama pandava Hrishikesham tada vakyam idam ahamahipate. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn in military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna these words. Arjuna uvacha senayorvubhayor madhye ratham sthapaya mechuta yavaditan niriksheham yodhukaman avasthitam kairmaya saha yodhavyam asmin ganasamudhyame. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight, and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Yotsyamanam aveksheham yayete trasamagataha dhatra rashtrasya durbuddhir yuddhe priyachikeshavaha. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya uvacha evam mukto hrishikesho gudakeshena bharata senayor upayor madhye sthapayitva radhoktamam. Sanjaya said, O descendant of Bharata, having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drove the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. Bhishma Drona Pramukataha Sarvesham cha Mahikshhitam Uvacha Partha Pashyaitan Samavetan Kuruniti. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, Yes, behold, Partha, all the Kurus assembled here. Tatra pasya sthitan Partha Pitrun adhapita mahan Ācāryan matulan bhratrun putran pautran sakhim stadha shashuran suhrudaschaiva senayor bhuvhayorapi. There Arjuna could see within the midst of the armies of both parties his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his fathers-in-law and well-wishers. Tan samikshasa kaunteya sarvan bandhun avasthitan rupaya paraya vishto vishidan idam abravit. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna uvacha Drishtvetam swajanam Krishna yuyutsam samupasthitam sidanti mama gatrani mukham cha parisushyati. Arjuna said, "My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up. Vepatuscha sarire me romaharshasya jayate gandivam stramshate hastat tvakshaiva paridakhyate." My whole body is trembling. My hair is standing on end. My bow gandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं भ्रमति भ्रमति च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune, O Krishna, killer of the Kesi demon. न च श्रेयोऽनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom, or happiness. किं नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च तयिमे अवस्थिता युद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्याः पितरः पौत्रास्तथैव च पितामहा मातुलाः श्वशुराः पौत्राः शालः सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान्न हन्तुमिच्छामि ज्ञातोऽपि मधुसूदन. अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धात्र राष्ट्रान्न का प्रीतिः स्यात् जनार्दन. O Govinda, of what avail to us or a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself, and all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed on this battlefield. O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Papam yevashrayedasman hatvaitan atatayinah tasman narha vayam hantum dhatarashtran sabandhavan swajanam hi kadham hatva sukhinar shyama madhava. Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune, and how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? यज्ञप्येतेन पश्यन्ति लभोपहत चेतसः कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकम् कथं नाज्ञेयमस्माभिः पापादस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षयकृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन. O Janardana, although these men, their hearts were overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends. Why should we, who can see the crime in destroying a family, engage in these acts of sin? Akshye pranashyanti kuladharma sanatana dharme nashte kulam krusnam adharmo bhavatyuta. With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. Adharma bhibavat Krishna pradushyanti kulastriyah Strishu dustasu varshneya jayate varna sankaraha. When religion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted. And from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. Sankaro narakayaiva kulagnanam kulasya cha patanti pitaro hyesham lupta pindodaka kriyaha. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. Doshairetai kulaghnanam varna sankarakarakaihi utsadhyante jati dharma kula dharmasya shashvataha. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. Utsanna kula dharmanam manusyanam janardana narake niyatam vaso bhavatiti anushushruva. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family traditions are destroyed dwell always in hell. Aho badamahat papam kartum yavasita vayam yadrajya sukhalobhena hantum swajanamujyatah. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts. Driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Yedimam apratikaram ashastram shastrapanayah dhartra rashtrarane hanyus tanme kshemataram bhavet. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Sanjaya uvacha evam muktvajunah sankhe rathopastavupavishat Visrujya sasharam chapam shoka samvignamanasaha. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 2. Contents of the Gita summarized. Sanjaya uvacha tam tadha krupaya Ashtrupurnakulekshanam Visidantam idam vakyam Uvacha Madhusudanaha. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudana Krishna spoke the following words. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutastva Kashmelamidam Vishame Samupastitam Anarya Justam Asvargyam Akirtikaram Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets but to infamy. Klebhyam asmagamah partha naitat vai upapadyate shudram hrudaya daurbalyam tyaktvottishta param tapa. O son of Pritha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of enemies. Arjuna uvacha kadham bhishmaham sankhe dronam cha madhusudana ikshubhih pariti pratiyotsyami pujaha arisudana. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle men like Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of my worship? Guruna hatva hi mahanubhavan Shreyo bhoktum bhakshamapi haloke Hatvardha kamamstu guru dihaiva bhunjiya bhogan dudhira pradigdhan. It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. न चैतद्विद्मोक्षतरं नगरीयो यद्वा जयेम यदि वा न जयेयुः यानीव हत्वा न जिजीविषां क्षामस्तेव स्थिता प्रमुखे धातराष्ट्राः. Now do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them? If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Karpanya doshopahata svabhava ruchabhitvam dharma sammudha chetaha yaksheyasyam nistitam bruhitan me sishyasteham syadhimam tam prapannam. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Nahi prapashyami mamanupadyad yakchokshamuchoshanamindriyanam avapya bhuma vasapatnam duddham rajam suranam apichadhipatyam. I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Anjaya Uvacha Eva Mukta Vrishikesam Gudakesha Parantapa Nayotsaiti Govindam Muktva Tushnim Babhuvaha. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Tam uvacha Hrishikesha prahasanniva bharata senayor ubhayor madhye vishidantam idamam vachaha. O descendant of Bharata, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Asocyanan Vasocastvam Prajnavadamsya Bhashase Gatasuna Agatasumsya Nanusochanti Panditaha. The Supreme Personality of God had said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Natvevaham jatu nasam natvam neme janadhipa nachaiva na bhavishyamaha sarve vayamatah param. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. Dehinosmin yadha dehe kaumaram yavanam jara tadha dehantara praptir dhirastatra namukhyati. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. Matra sparshastu kaunteya sitoshna sukha dukkhada agama payino nityas tam sthitishasva bharata. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O son of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Yam hina vedayante te purusham purusharshabha samadukha sukham dhiram sumritatvaya kalpate. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Na sato vidyate bhavo, na bhavo vidyate satah, upayorapi drustuntas, tvanayos tattvadarshibhihi. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance. And of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. Avinashi tu tad vidhi, yena sarvamidam tatam, vinasham avyayasyasya, nakaschit kartumarhati. That which pervades the entire body is should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. Antavanta ime deha nityasyoktā sharirinaha anasino aprameyasya tasmad yudhyasva bharata. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Yayenam vete hantaram, yasyenam manyate hatam, ubhauto na vijanito, nayam hanti na hanyate. Neither he, neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays not, nor is slain. न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. Veda vinashinam nityam yayenam ajamavyayam katham sa purusha partha kam ghatayati hantikam. O Partha, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि. As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकः न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. Acchyoham adahyoyam aklejyo soshayeva cha nitya sarvagatasthānur achaloyam sanatanaha. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. Avyaktoyam achintyoyam avikaryoyam tasmadevam viditvainam manusochitamarhasi. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. Adha chainam nityajatam nityam va manyase mrutam tadhapittam mahabaho nainam sochitumarhasi. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty Om. Jatasya hi dhruvo mruchur dhruvam janma mrutasya cha tasmada pariharyedhe natvam sochitumarhasi. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. Avyaktadini bhutani Vyaktamachani Bharata Avyaktanidhananyeva Tatra ka paridevana. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifested in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Āścaryavat paśyati kaśchidenam, āścaryavat vadati tathaiva chānyah, āścaryavacchainamanya shrunoti, srutvāpyenam vedana chaiva kaśchit. Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. Dehi nityam avadhyoyam dehe sarvasya bharata tasmat sarvani bhutani natvam sochitum arhasi. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Swadharmam api chaveksha navikampitumurhasi dharmyadhi yuddha shreyonyat kshatriyasya cha kshatriyasya na vidyate. Considering your specific duty as a kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. Yadruchaya chopapannam swargadvaramapavrutam sukhinam kshatriya partha labhante yuddhamidrusham. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. Atha chettam imam dharmyam sangramam na karishyasi tataswadharmam kirtincha hitva papamavapsyasi. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties, and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. Akirtinchapi bhutani kathayishyanti te vyayam sambhavitasya cha kirtir maranat atirichyate. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectful person, dishonor is worse than death. Bhayadranadu paratam mamshyante tvam maharadha esham chatvam bahumato bhutva yashyasi laghavam. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Avachya vadamsya bahum vadishyanti tavahitah nindastava samarthyam tato dukkataram nukim. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? Hato va prapsyasi swargam jitva va bhukshase mahim tasmaduttishta kaunteya yuddhaya kruta nischayah. O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Sukha dukkhe same krutva labha labho jaya jayo tato yudhaya yujyasva naivam papamavapsyasi. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat. But by so doing, you shall never incur sin. Esha te bhihita sankhye buddhe yoge tvimam shrunu buddhya yukto yaya partha karma bandham prahasyasi. Thus far, I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Purusa, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात्. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिर् कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्यनन्ताश्च बुद्धयो अव्यवसायिनम् बुद्धयो अव्यवसायिनाम्. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्ति अविपश्चितः वेदवादरताः पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कर्मात्मनः स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्मफलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resultant good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of sense gratification in opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. भोगैश्वर्य प्रसक्तानां तयापहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समाधौ न विधीयते. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. Traigunya Vishaya Veda Nistraigunyo Bhavarjuna Nidvandvo Nitya Sattvastho Niryogakshema Atmavan. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. Yavanartha udapani sarvata samplutodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha. All purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phalaheturbhur ma te sangostva karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Yogastha kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya siddhya siddhayoh samo bhutva samattam yoga uchyate. Perform your duty equipoise, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. Durena hyevaram karma buddhi yoga dhananjaya buddhau sharanam anvichha krupana phalahetavaha. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. Buddhi yukto jahatiha ubhe sukruta dushkrute tasmad yogaya yujyasva yoga karma sukaushalam. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. Karmajam buddhi yukta hi phalam tyaktva manishinaha janma bandha vinirmukta padam gacchantanamayam. But thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. Yada te moha kalilam buddhir vyatitarishyati tada gantasi nirvedam srotavyasya srutasya cha. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. Sruti viprati pannate yada sthasyati nischala samadhavachala buddhis tada yogamavapsyasi. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna uvacha Tita pragnasya ka bhasha samadhistasya keshava stitadhih kim prabhaseta kimasita vrajeta kim. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak? And what is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? Sri Bhagavan Vacha Prajahati yada kamam sarvan parthamanogatam atmanyevatmana tushta sita pragnastadochyate. The Supreme Personality of God had said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. Dukkeshvanudvigmamanaha sukheshu vigataspruhaha vitaragabhaya krodha titadhir muniruchyate. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from it, free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. Yah sarvatranabhishnehas tattat prapya subhasubham nabhinandati nadvesti tasya prajna pratisthita. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it nor despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. Yada samharate chayam kurmo ganima sarvashah indriyanindriyarthebhyas tasya prajna pratisthita. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinah rasavadyam rasopyasya param društva nivartate. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remains. But seizing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste is fixed in consciousness. Tato hyapi kaunteya purushasya vipasthitah indriyani pramathini haranti prashabham manaha. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. Tani sarvani samyamya yukta sita matparaha vasehi yasyendriyani tasya prajna pratisthita. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence. Jayato vishayam pumsa sangasteshu pajayate angat sanjayate kama kamat krodho vijayate. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them. And from such attachment, lust develops. And from lust, anger arises. क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. रागद्वेषविमुक्तैस्तु विषयान् इन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति. But a person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. Prasade sarva dukkhanam hanir asyopajayate prasanna chetaso hyasu buddhi paryavatishthate. For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. नास्ति बुद्धिर्युक्तस्य न च युक्तस्य भावना न च भावयतः शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम्. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? Indriyanam hi charatam yanmanonu tadasya harati prajnam vayurnavamivam bhasi. As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Tasmadyasya mahabaho nigruhitani sarvashah Indriyani indriyadhebhyas tasya prajna pratisthita. Therefore, O mighty arm, one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagarti samyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pashyato munehe. What is the night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-control. And the time of awakening for all beings is the night for the introspective sage. Apuryamanam achalam pratishtham samudravapa pravishanti yadvat tadvat kamayam pravishanti yat sarve sasyanti mapnoti na kama kami. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. Vihaya kamam yasarvam pumam sharati nispruhaha nirmamo nirahankara sasantim adhigacchati. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship, and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. Esha brahmi sthiti partha nainam prapya vimuhyati sthitva syamanta kalepi brahma nirvana mruchyati. That is the way of spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Jayasi Chet Karmanaste Mata Buddhir Janardana tat kim karmani ghore mam niyojayasi Keshava. Arjuna said, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruity work? Vyamishreneva vyavakyena buddhi mohayashiva me tadekam vada nischitya yena shreyohamapnuyam. My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Lokesmin vividha nishtha pura prokta maya nagha jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Na karma, na karmanam anarambham naishkarmyam purushoshnute na cha sannyasana siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Nahi kaschit kshanamapi jatu tishthacha karma krut karyate hyavasha karma sarva prakriti jair gunaihi. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. Karmendriyani samyamya yaya yasate manasa smaran indriyarthan vimudhatma mithyachara savuchyate. One who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. Yastvindriyani manasa niyamya rabhate arjuna karmendriyai karma yogam asaktasya visishyate. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. Niyatam kuru karmatvam karma jyayo hya karmanaha sharirayatra pichate na prasidhyeda karmanaha. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. Yajnarthat karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadardham karma kaunteya mukta sangas samachara. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. Sahayagna praja sruštva purovacha prajapatihi anena prasavisyatham yesho vaspista kamaduk. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. Devan bhavayatanena ste deva bhavayantuvaha parasparam bhavayanta shreyah paramavapsyatha. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus, by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. Ishtam bhogan hivo deva dasyanti yajna bhavitaha terdattan Ten dattan apradayebhyo yo bhunte tena eva saha. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. Yagnasisthasenas santo muchyante sarvakilvishaihi bhunjate te tvagham papa eva chantapmakaranat. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. Annad bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhavaha yajnad bhavati parjanyo yajna karma samudbhavaha. All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat sarvagatam brahma nityam yagne pratishtitam. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. Evam pravartititam chakram nanuvartayati hayah aghayurindriya ramo mokham partha sajivati. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain. Yastvatmarate vasyat atmatruptasya manavah atmanyeva cha santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. Naiva tasya krutenartho na kruteneha kasyana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschit ardhavyapashrayah. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Tasmadasakta satatam karyam karma samachara asakto hi acharan karma param apnoti purushaha. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty. For by working without attachment, one attains the Supreme. Karmanyaiva hi samsiddhim आस्थिता जनकादयः लोकसंग्रहमेवापि संपश्यन् कर्तुमर्हसि. Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Yad yad acharati sreshthas tatta devetaro janah sayat pramanam kurute lokastadanuvartate. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Name pardhasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptamavaptavyam varta eva cha karmani. O son of Prusa, there is no work prescribed for me within all three planetary systems. Nor am I in want of anything, nor have I a need to obtain anything. And yet, I am engaged in prescribed duties. Yadi hyeham na varteyam jatu karmanya tandritaha Mama Vartmanu Vartante Manusha Partha Sarvashaha. For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. Utsideyurime loka nakuryam karma chedaham sankarasya cha kartasyam upahanyam imam prajaha. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings. Sakta karmani avidvamso yatha kurvanti bharata kuryad vidvams tadha saktas shikeshu loka sangraham. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. Na buddhi bhedam janayet ajnanam karma sanginam yoshayet sarvaka karmani vidvan yukta samacharan. So as not to disturb the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. Prakrute kriyamanani gunai karmani sarvasah ahankara vimudhatma kartaham iti mamyate. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. Tattavittu mahabaho gunakarma vibhagayo gunaguneshu vartanta iti matva na sajjate. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, O mighty arm, does not engage himself in the senses and sensing gratification, knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive results. Prakruterguna sajjanti gunakarmasu tana krishna vido mandam krishna vinna vichalaye. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Mai sarvani karmani sanyasyaadhyatma cetasa nirasir nirmamo bhutva yujyasva vigatajvaraha. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight. Ye eme matamidam nityam anutishtanti manava saddhavanto anasuyanto mucyantepi karmavihi. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. Etu etat abhyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudamstam vidhinastam acetasaha. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled, and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Sadrusham chestate swasya prakrute jnanavanapi prakritim yanti bhutani nigraha kim karishyati. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? Indriyasyendriyasyarthe ragadveshau vyavasthitau tayornam vasam agachet tauhi sasya paripanthinau. There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. Shreyam swadharmo vigunaha paradharma swanustita swadharme nidhanam shreya paradharmo bhayavaha. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjuna uvacha atha kena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichinnapi varshneya valadivani. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Kama Esha Krodha Esha Rajo Guna Samudbhavaha Mahashano Mahapapma Vidhenam Iha Vairinam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mood of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. Dhumnena briyate vakhnir yatha darsho malena cha yatholvena vruto garphas tatha tenedamavrutam. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Avrutam jnanametena jnanino nityavairina kamarupena kaunteya dishpurena analena cha dishpurena analena cha. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. Indriyani mano buddhir asyadhisthita asyadhisthanamuchyate etair vimohayatyesha gnanam avrucha dehinam. The senses, the mind, and intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Tasmatvam indriyanyadau niyamya bharatarshava papmanam prajahihyenam gnana vijnana nashanam. Therefore, O Arjuna, best of the Bharatas, in the very beginning curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. Indriyani paranyahur indriyebhyah param manaha manasastu para buddhir yo buddhi paratastu saha. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind. And he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Evam buddhe param buddha samstabhyatmanam atmanam samstabhyatmanam atmana jahishatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should study the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness. and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy known as the lust. Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Imam vivasvate yogam proktavan ahamayayam vivasvan manave praha manurikshvakave bravit. The personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivaswan, and Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ikshvaku. Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nasta param tapa. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. Sayevayam maha Sayevayam maya teja yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetaduttamam. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna uvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivasvatah kathametad vijaniyam tvam adau proktavaniti. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivaswan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam vetha param tapa. The personality of God has said, many, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Ajopi sannavyayatma bhutanamishwaropi san prakritim swamadhisthaya sambhavami atmamayaya. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirbhavati bharata abhyudhanam tadatmanam srujamyaham. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of religion, at that time I descend myself. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanardhaya sambhavami yuge yuge. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear, millennium after millennium. Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma neti mameti sorjuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but it attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Vitaraga bhayakrodha manmaya mamupashritaha bahavo gnana tapasa utamadbhavamagataha. Being freed from attachment, fear and anger, being fully absorbed in me and taking refuge in me, many, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Ye yadhamam prapadyante tam tadhaiva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvashaha. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Buddha. Kanchantah karmanam siddhim yajanta iha devata shipram hi manushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. Chaturvanyam maya srushtam guna karma vibhagashah tasya kartaram apimam vidya kartaram avyayam. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. Namam karmani limpanti name karma phale spruha itimam yobhijanati karma bhirna sabadhyate. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. Evam gnatva krutam karma purvairapi mumukshubhihi kuru karmaiva tasmatvam purvaih purvataram krutam. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty following in their footsteps. Kim karma kima karmeti kavayopyatra mohitaha tatte karma pravakshami yajnatva mokshase suhat. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. Karmanyo hyapi bodhavyam bodhavyam cha vikarmanah akarmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. Karmanya karmaya pashyet akarmanya cha karmayah sabuddhiman manusheshu sayukta krishna karma krit. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. Yasya sarve samarambha kama sankalpa varjitah jnanagni karmanam tamahu panditam subudhaha. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Tyaktva kurma phalasangam nityatrupto nirashrayah karmanyabhipravrittopi naiva kinchit karoti saha. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Nirasiryata chittatma tyakta sarva parigraha shariram kevalam karma kurvan napnoti kilvisham. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. Yadruchalabha santushto dvandvatito vimatsaraha samasiddhava siddhaucha krutvapi na nibadhyate. He who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, although performing actions. Gata sangasya muktasya jnanavasthita-chetasah yajnaya yajnaya-charatah karma samagram praviliyate. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge venges entirely into transcendence. Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagno brahmanahutam brahmaiva tena gantavyam brahma karma samadhina. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Daivam yeva pare yajnam yoginah paryupasate brahmagnava pare yajnam yagne naivopajuhvati. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Srotadini Srotadinindriyanyanye Srotradinindriyanyanye Samyamagnishu jihvati Shabdadin Vishayananya Indriyagnishu juhvati. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control. And the others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Srota sarvanindriya karmani prana karmani chapare atma samyamya yogagnau juhvati gnanadipite. Others, who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of the mind and senses, offer the functions of all the senses and of the life breath and oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Dravya yajnastapo yajna yoga yajnastadha pare svajhaya gnana samjna svajhaya gnana yajnascha yatayas samshitavratah. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Apane juhvati pranam prane panam tadha pare pranapanagati rudhva pranayama parayanaha apare nityatahara pranam praneshu juhvati. Still others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. Sarvepyete yajnavido yajnachapita kalmashaha yajnasistamrta bhujo yanti brahma sanatanam. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of the results of sacrifices, they advance toward the supreme eternal atmosphere. Nayam lokosti ayagnasya utonya purusattama. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice, one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? Evam bahuvidha yajna vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan vidhitam sarvan evam gnatva vimokshase. All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. Sreyan dravyamaya yajnaj gnana yajna param tapa sarvam karma khilam partha gnane parishamapyate gnane samapyate. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Prusa, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te gnanam gnaninas tattvadarshinaha. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Yajnatva punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava ena bhutanya seshani drakshasya atmani atho mayi. Drakshasi atmani adho mayi. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion. For by this knowledge, you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. Apijedasi papebhya sarvebhya papakruttamaha sarvam gnana phalan plavenaiva vrijinam santarishyasi. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. Yadhaidhamsi samsiddhognir bhasmasat kurute arjuna gnanagnik sarva karmani bhasmasat kurute tadha. As the blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. Nahi gnanena sadrusham pavitram iha vidyate tat swayam yoga samsiddha kalena atmani vrindati. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism. And one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys his knowledge within himself in due course of time. Shraddhaval labhate gnanam tatpara samyitendriyaha gnanam ladva param shantim asirenadhigacchati. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendent knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge. And having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. Agnes chashraddhadhanasya samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti na paro nasukham samshayatmanaha. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. Yoga sanyasta karmanam gnana sanchinna samshayam atmavantam na karmani nibadhanti dhananjaya. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of work, O conqueror of riches. Tasmad ajnana sambhutam hrustham gnanasinatmanaha chitvainam samshayam yogam Atishthottishta Bharata. Therefore, the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, Bharata, stand and fight. Chapter 5 Karma Yoga Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna Uvacha Sanyasam Karmanam Krishna Punarayogam cha samsasi Yacheyetayor ekam Tanme Vruhi Sunischitam. Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all, you ask me to renounce work. Then again, you recommend work with devotion. Now, will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreya Nishreyasakara Ubho Tayostu Karma Sannyasat Karma Yogo Visishyate. The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation. But of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. Kneyasya nitya sannyasi yonodveshti na kankshati nidvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated, O mighty armed Arjuna. Sankhya yoga pradhagbala pravadanti na panditaha ekamapi ekam apyasthita samyak ubhayor vindate phalam. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Yat Sankhya prapyate sthanam tad yoga api gamyate ekam Sankhyam cha yogam cha yah pashyati sapashyati. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. Sanyasastu mahabaho dukkhamaptum ayogatah yoga yukto munir brahma nachirena adhigacchati. Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. Yoga yukto visuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvan napi na lipyate. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. Naiva kischit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavit pashyan churvan srusham jigran asnan gachan swapam swasam pralapan vistrujan ghrunan unmishan nimishan napi indriyani indriyardheshu vartanta iti dharayan. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping, and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. Brahmanyadhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karoti yah lipyetena sa papena padma patramivambhasa. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action. As the lotus leaf is untouched by water. Kayena manasa buddhya kevalair indriyairapi yogina karma kurvanti sangam tyaktva suddhaye. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, and intelligence, and even with the senses, only for the purpose of purification. Yukta karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti naisthikim ayukta kama karena phale sekto nivadhyate. The steady, devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the result of all activities to me. Whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. Sarva karmani manasa sanyasyaste sukham vasi nabadvare pure dehi naiva kurvanna karayan. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of nine gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः न कर्मफलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते. The embodied spirit, master of the city of his body, does not create activities, nor does he induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. नादत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः आज्ञेन आज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. ज्ञानेन तु तद् अज्ञानं येषां नासितमात्मनः तेषामादिच्य वज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम्. When one is enlightened with the knowledge by which nescience is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. Tadbuddhayastadaatmanas tannisthastatparayaणाः गच्छन्च पुनर् आवृत्तिं ज्ञान निर्धूत kalmashaः. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. Vidya vinaya sampanni brahmane gavihastini sunichaiva swapakecha pandita samadarshinaha. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater outcast. Ihaiva terjita sargo yesham samye sthitam manah nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmani te sthitaha. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. Na prakrushyet priyam prapya, no dvichet prapya cha priyam, sthira buddhir asamudho, brahma vid brahmani sthitaha. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant, nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. बाह्यस्पर्शेषु असक्तात्मा विन्दति आत्मनि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखमक्षयमश्नुते. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure. but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. Ehi samsparshaja bhoga dukkha yonaya evate ajyantavantah kaunteya nateshu ramate buddha. An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Sheknoti haiha, sheknoti haiva yaksodhum prakshirira vimokshanat kamakrododbhavam ye vegam sayuktas sasukhi naraha. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. Yontas sukhantaratma aramas tathantar jyotirevayah sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhutodhigacchati. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme, and ultimately he attains the Supreme. Labhante brahma nirvanam rushaya kshina kalmashaha chinnadvaidhaya tatmanaha sarvabhuta hite rataha. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Kama krodha vimuktanam yatinam yadachetasam abhito brahma nirvanam vartate viditatmanam. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Parshan krutva bahirbahyams chakshu chaivantare bhruvoh pranapanau samau krutva nasabhyantaracharinau yatendriya mano buddhir munir moksha parayanaha vigatecha bhaya krodho yassada mukta eva saha. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence. The transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam sarvaloka maheswaram suhridam sarva bhutanam gnatva mam shanti mruchati. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashtita karma phalam karyam karma karoti yaha sasanyasi cha yogi cha naniragnir na chakriyaha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. Yam sanyasamiti prahur yogam tadvidhi pandava nahi asanyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kasyana. What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga. or linking oneself with the Supreme. O son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. Arukshormuneyogam karma karana muchyate yogarudhasya tasyaiva samah karana muchyate. For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means. And for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. Yada hinendriyartheshu na karmashu anusajjate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yoga rudhastadochyate. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. Uddharedatmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hi atmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. Bandhur atmatmanastasya yenatmaivatmana jitah anatmanastu setrutve vartet atmaiva setruvat. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. Jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitah sitoshna sukha dukkheshu tatha manapamanayoh. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already situated, is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Jnana vijnana truptatma utastho vijitendriyah yukta ityuchyate yogi samalostrasmakanchanaha. A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. Suhrun mitrari udasina madhyastha dveshya bandhushu sadhushvapi cha papeshu samabuddhir visishyate. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. Yogi yunjita satatam atmanam lahasi sthitah ekaki yata chittatma nirasir aparigraha. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Suchau deshe pratisthapya sthiram asanam atmanah nati uchritam nati nicham nachuchritam nati nicham Shailajina kushottaram tatraikagram manakrutva yata chittendriya kriyaha upavishyasane yunjyat yogamatma visuddhaye. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusha grass on the ground and then cover it with a deer skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Samam kaya sirogrivam dharayan achalam sthiraha samprekshanasikagram swam dishas charavalokayan prashantatma vigatabhir brahmachari vrate sthitaha manah samyamya machitto yukta asita matparaha. One should hold one's body, neck and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Yunjanyevam sadatmanam yogi niyatamanasah shantim nirvana paramam tat mat samstham adhigacchati. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. Nati yashnatastu yogosti nachekantam anashnataha nachati swapna silasya jagrato naiva charjuna. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi. Oh Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. Yuktahara viharasya yukta chetasya karmasu yukta swapnavabhodasya yogo bhavati dukkhaha. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. Yada viniyatam chittam atmanyevavatisthate nispruha sarva kamebhyo yukta yutyuchyate tada. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. Yadha dipto nivatastho ningate sopama smruta yogino yata chittasya yunjato yogamatmanaha. As a lamp in windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. Yatro paramate chittam niruddham yoga sevaya yatra chaivatmanatmanam pashyam atmani tushyati sukham atyantikam yattat buddhigrahyamatīndriyam veti yatra na chaivayam stitaschalati tatvatah yam ladbha cha param labham manyate nadhikam statah yasmin sthito na dukkhena gurunapi vichalyate tad vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga samgnitam. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of great difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. Sanischayena yoktavyo yogo nirvinna chetasa sankalpa prabhavan kamams tyaktva sarvam aseshataha manasevindriya gramam vinimya samantataha. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires, born of mental speculation, and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind. Shenai Sheneru Uparamed Buddhya Dhrutigrihuitaya Atma Samstham Manakrutva Nakinchedapi Chintayet. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence, sustained by full conviction. And thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. Yato yato nischalati manaschanchalamasthiram tatastato niyam yaitat atmanyaiva vasham nayet. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. Prashantamana samhenam yoginam sukhamuttaram upaiti santarajasam brahmabhutam akalmasham. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds. Yunjanyevam sadatmanam yogi vigata kalmashaha sukhena brahma samsparsham achantam sukhamashnute. Thus the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. Sarvabhutastham atmanam sarvabhutani chatmani ikshate yoga yuktatma sarvatra samadarshanaha. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. Yo mam pashyati sarvatra sarvam cha mayi pashyati tasyaham na pranashyami sacha na pranashyati. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Sarvabhutastitam yo mam bhajati ekatvamasithastitaha sarvadha vartamanopi sayogi mai vartate. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Super Soul, knowing that I and the Super Soul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pasyati yorjuna sukham va yadi va dukkham sayogi paramo mataha. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress. O Arjuna. Arjuna uvacha yoyam yogastvaya prokta samyena madhusudana etasyaham na pashyami chinchalatva sthitam sthiram. Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. Chinchalam himana Krishna pramathi balavadrudham tasyaham nigraham manye vayodiva sudushvaram. The mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong. O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Asamchayam Mahabaho mano durnigraham chalam abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha gruhyate. Lord Sri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. Asamyat asamyatmana yogo dushprapa iti me matihi vasyatmana tu yatata sekyo vaptum upayataha. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work. But he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna Uvacha Ayatiks Siddhayopeto Yoga Chalita Manasaha Aprapya Yoga Samsiddhim Kam Gatim Krishna Gacchati. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist, who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? Kachinno bhaya bibhrastas chinnabhram iva nashyati apratistho mahabaho vimudho brahmana pathi. O mighty Lord Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere? Etanme samshayam Krishna chetumarhasi aseshatah tadanya samsayasyasya cheta nahi upapadyate. This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Pardhanaiveha namutra vinashastasya vidyate nahi kalyana kaschet durgatim tata gacchati. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Prusa, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. Prapya punya krutam lokam, prapya punya krutam lokam, usitva shasvati samah, suchinam srimatam gehe, yoga brasto bhijayate. The unsuccessful yogi, after many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Adhava yoginameva kule bhavati dhimatam etadhi durlabhataram loke janmayadi drusham. Or if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly, such a birth is rare in this world. Tatratam buddhi samyogam labhate paurvadehikam yatate cha tato bhuya samsiddhau kuru nandana. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life and again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. Purvabhyasena tenaiva hriyate hyavashopi saha jignasur api yogasya sabda brahmati vartate. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. Prayatnadyatamaanastu yogi samsuddha kilbishah aneka janma samsiddhas tato yati parangatim. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately, achieving perfection after many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. Tapasvibhyodhiko yogi jnanibhyopi matodhikaha karmibhyaschadhiko yogi tasmad yogi bhavarjuna. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruity worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. Yoginamapi sarvesham madgatenantaratmana sraddhavan bhajate yomam same yukta tamo mataha. And of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogam Yunjanmadashrayah Asamshayam Samagram Mam Yadhagnashasi Tatshunu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. Jnananteham savijnanam idam vakshamyasheshatah yajnatva neha bhuyonyat gnatavyam avashishyate. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numerous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Manushanam sahasreshu kaschid yatati siddhaye yatatamapi siddhanam kaschin mam veti tatpataha. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection. And of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Bhumirapo analo vayu kammano buddhireva cha ahankara iti yami bhinna prakrutirastadha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego, altogether these eight constitute my separated material energies. Apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mind, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. Yetad yonini bhutani sarvanyiti upadharaya aham krishnasya jagata prabhava pralayasthatha. All created beings have their source in these two natures, of all that is material and all that is spiritual. In this world, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. Matta parataram nanyat kinchidasti dhananjaya mai sarvamidam protam sutre manigana iva. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. Rasohamapsu kaunteya prabhasmi sesi suryayo pranava sarva vedeshu sabdakhe paurusham nushu. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in the ether and the ability in man. Punyo gandha prithivyam cha tejaschasmi vibhavasu jivanam sarva bhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu. I am the original fragrance of the earth. and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penances of all ascetics. Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam buddhir buddhimatam asmi tejas tejasvinamaham. O son of Pruta, know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the prowess of all powerful men. Valam balavatam chahum kamaraga vivarjitam dharma viruddha bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshabha. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life which is not contrary to religious principles. O Lord of the Bharatas, Arjuna. Ye chaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasasya ye matta eveti tan vidhi natvevaham natvaham teshu te mayi. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Tribhir gunavayer bhavayer yebhi sarvamidam jagat mohitam nabhijanati mamebhyah paramavyayam. Delivered by the three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. Devi Shesha Gunamayi Mama Maya Durachaya Mame Vaye Prapadyante Maya Me Tam Tarantite. This divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Naman Dushkriti no Mudha Prapadyante Naradhama Mayaya Apakruta Gnana Asuram Bhavamashritah. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are the lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. Chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukriti norjuna arto jignasu radharthi gnani cha bharatarshabha. The best among the Bharatas, four kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distress, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. Tesham gnani nityayukta eka bhaktir vishishyate priyo hi gnani notyartham aham sacha mama priyaha. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. For I am very dear to him, and he is very dear to me. Udara sarva evaite gnani tatmaiva me matam asthitas sahi yuktatma mam evanuttamam gatim. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls. But he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self, being engaged in my transcendental service. He is sure to attain me, the highest and the most perfect goal. Bahunam janmanamante gnanavan mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Kamaistaistairhritagnyana prapajyante anya devataha tam niyamam prakrutya niyatasvaya. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. Yo yo yam, yo yo yam yam tanum bhakta Shraddhaya Shraddhaya Chitumicchati Tasya Tasya Chalam Shraddham Tameva Vidadham Yahum. I'm in everyone's heart as the super soul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make this his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Sataya Shraddhaya Yuktas Tas Tasyaradhanam Tasyaradhanamihate Labhate cha tatah kaman Mayaiva vihitam hitam. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Antavattu phalam tesham Tadbhavati alpamedhasam devan deva yagno yanti madbhakta yanti mamapi. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Avyaktam vyaktim apannam Manyante mam abuddhayah param bhavam ajananto mamad mavavyayam anuttamam. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. Naham prakasha sarvasya yogamaya samavritah mudhoyam navi pashyanti mudhoyam navi janati loko mam ajamavyayam. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unbound and infallible. Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu vedana kaschana. O Arjuna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. Ichchadvesha samuthena dvandva mohena bharata sarvabhutani sammoham sarge yanti parantapa. O sign of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arising from desire and hate. Esham tam tagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridham vrataha. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful reactions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Jara marana mokshaya mama srichayatanti te brahma yad viduh krutznam abhyatmam karma chakhilam. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Sadhibhutadhi daivam mam sadhi yagnam chat ye viduhu prayana kalepi chamam te vidir yukta chetasaha. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. Chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Arjuna Uvacha Kim tad brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adibhutam cha kim proktam adhidaivam cha kim uchyate. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the self? What are fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Adhiyajna katham kotra dehesmin madhusudana prayana kale cha katham gneyosi niyatatmavihi. Who is the Lord of sacrifice? And how does he live in the body, O Madhusudana? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? Sri Bhagavanu Vacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Svabhavo Chata Prabhavo Chatmamum Svabhavo Achatmamuchyate Bhuta Bhavo Visarga Karma Sangnitaha. The Supreme Personality of God had said, the indestructible transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Achatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma or fruitive activities. Adhibhutam charo bhava purushascha adhiyagnoham evatra dehe deha bhrutam vara. Of the, O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called adhibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Adhidaiva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the super soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adhiyagna, the Lord of sacrifice. Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yah prayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra samshayaha. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajachyante kalevaram tam tameva iti kaunteya sada tadbhava bhavitaha. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Satmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhya mayyarpita mano buddhir mami vaishyasi asamshayaha. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. Abhyasayogayuktena cetasa nanyagamina paramam purusham divyam yati pardhanuchintayan. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me. Kavim Puranamanushasitaram Anoraniyam Samanusmaredya Sarvasya Dhataramachincha Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasak Parastat. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature. Prayanakale manasachalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva bhruvarmache pranamageshya samyak satam param purusamupaiti divyam. One who, at the time of death, fixes his life here between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga with an undeviating mind engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yadaksharam veda vido vadanti vishanti yad yatayo vitaragaha yadichanto brahmacharyam charanti tatte padam sangrahena pravakshe. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order, enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. Sarvadvarani samyamya mano hridi nirujya cha mudni adhyatmana pranam asthito yoga dharanam. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life here at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga. Om iti ekaksharam brahma vyaharan mam anusmaran yah prayaditya jandeham sayati paramangatim. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. Ananya cheta saratam yomam smarati nityasaha tasyaham sulabhakpadha nitya yuktasya yoginaha. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain. O son of Prutha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. Mamupetya punarjanma dukkhalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmana samsiddhim paramangataha. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. Abrahmabhuvanaloka punaravartinorjuna mamupechyatu kaunteya punarjanmana vidyate. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery, wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. Sahasra yaga paryantam aharyad brahmano viduhu ratrim yaga sahasrantam teho ratra vido janaha. By human calculation, 1,000 days taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. Avyaktadyaktayaः sarvah prabhavancha haragami ratyagami praliyante tatraiva vyakta samjake. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state. And thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Bhutagrama saevayam bhutva bhutva praliyate ratyagami vashapatha prabhavachatharagami. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Parastasmatu bhavonyo vyakto vyaktat sanatanaha yassa sarveshu bhuteshu nasyatsu na vinashyati nasyatsu na vinashyati. Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. Avyaktoksara yutyuktas tamahu paramangatim yam prapyana nivartante tadhama paramam mama. That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which having attained it one never returns, that is my supreme abode. Purushasya parah partha bhaktya labhyastvananyaya yashantasthani bhutani yena sarvamidam tatam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all pervading, and everything is situated within him. Yatra kale tvanavrittim avrittim chaiva yoginaha prayatayanti tam kalam vakshami bharatarshabha. O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Agnir Jyotirah Sukla Sanmasa Uttarayanam Tatra Prayata Gachanti Brahma Brahma Vido Janaha. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain the Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. Dhumo ratristatha krishnas sanmasa dakshinayanam tatra chandramasam jyotir tatra chandramasam jyotir yogi prapya nivartate. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but again comes back. Sukla Krishne gatihyete jagatas shasvate mate ekaya yachyana vrittim anyaya vartate punaha. According to Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Naite Sruti Partha Naite Sruti Parthajanam Yogi Muhyati Kaschana Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Yoga Yukto Bhavarjuna. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. Vedeshu yagneshu tapassu chaiva daneshu yat punyaphalam pradishtam atyeti tatsharanamidam viditva yogi param sthanam chajyam. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all this, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode. Chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Idam Dute Guhyatamam Pravakshami Anasuyave Jnanam Vijnana Sahitam Yagnatva Mokshase Subhat. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshaavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartumavyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Ashtadhathana Purusha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Aprapyamam Nivartante Mritu Samsara Vartmani. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. Maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyaktamurtina matsthani sarva bhutani nachaham teshvavastitaha. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Nacha matsthani bhutani pashyami yogamaishwaram bhuta bhrunna cha bhutastho bhuta bhrunna cha bhutastho mamatma bhuta bhavanaha. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation. For myself is the very source of creation. Yathakasha sthito nityam vayu sarvatra go maham tatha sarvani bhutani masthaniti upadharaya. Masthaniti upadharaya. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. Sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshaye punastani kalpadau visrujamyaham. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature. And at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. Prakritim swama avastabhya visrujami punah punah bhutagramamimam kritsam avasham prakriter vasat pashat. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again. And under my will, it is annihilated at the end. Nachamam tani karmani nivadhanti dhananjaya udasina vadasinam ashaktam teshu karmashu. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. Maya jakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam hetunanena kaunteya jagad viparivattate. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction. O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Amajananti mamudha manushim tanuvashritam param bhavamajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. Moghasa mogha karmano mogha jnana vichetasaha rakshasim asurim chaiva prakritim mohinim sritaha. Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demoniac and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. Mahatmanastu mam partha daivim prakrutimashritah bhajanchananya manaso gnatva bhutadimavyayam. O son of Prutha, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantasya dridhau vrataha namayantasya mam bhaktya nityayukta upasate. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Jnana yagnena chapyanye yajanto mam upasate ekatvena pruthaktvena bahudha visvato mukham. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as diverse in meaning and in the universal form. Aham kraturaham yajna swathaham aham aushadham mantroham aham evajyam aham agnir aham bhutam. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. Pitaham asya jagato mata dhata pitamaha vejjam pavitram omkara ruksama yajurevacha. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable womb. I am also the Rig, the Sama, and Yajurvedas. Gatir Bhatta Prabhu Sakshi Nivasak Saranam Suhrit Prabhavah Pralayasthanam Nithanam Bijamavyayam. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place, and the eternal seed. Tapamyaham aham varsham nighanami utrujamyacha amrutam chaiva mrityuscha sadasachaham Arjuna. O Arjuna, I give heat, and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Traividyamam somapaputapa. Traividyamam somapaputapapa. Yagneristva sagitim prarthayante. Te punyamasajya surendra lokam. Ashtanti divyan divideva bhogan. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. Purified of sinful reaction, they take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. Tetam bhuktva sargalokam vishalam, shine punye mattalokam vishanti, evam trayi dharma manuprapanna, gatagatam kamaka. Gatagatam kama kama labhante. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. Ananyastintayanto mam ye jana paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. For those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Epyanya devata bhakta yajanti sraddhayanvitaah tepi mam eva kaunteya yajanta vidhipurvakam. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me. O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. Aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natumam abhijananti tatve natasya vantite. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Yanti deva vrata devam petrun yanti pitru vrataah bhutani yanti bhuteja yanti madhyadino pimam. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestors. Those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. And those who worship me will live with me. Tatram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti pakrutam asnami prayatatmanaha. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit or water, I will accept it. Yat karoshi yadasnasi yajjuhoshi dadasi yat tapashyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. Subha-subha-phalairevam mokshase karma bandhanaihi sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mam upaishyasi. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed on me in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. Samoham sarva bhuteshu name dveshosti na priyaha ye bhajanti tu mam bhaktya maite teshu chapyaham. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me in devotion is a friend. He is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Abhichet, Abhichet Suduracharo Bhajate Mam Ananya Bhak Sadhureva Samantavya Samyak Vyavasito Hisaha. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. Shipram bhavati dharmatma sasvat shantim nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Mam hi padhavyapashritya epi shyuh papayonayah triyo vaishyastadha sudras tepi yanti parangatim. O son of Prusa, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Sudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. Kim puna brahmana punya bhakta rajarshayastasa anityam asukam lokam imam prapya bhajasvam. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mami vaishyasi yuktvaivam atmanam matparayanaha. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Chapter 10. The Opulence of the Absolute. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Srunime paramam vacha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshami hitakamyaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna. Because you are my dear friend, for your benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Name vidu suraganaha prabhavanna maharshayah ahamadehi devanam maharshinam cha sarvashah. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences. For in every respect, I am the source of the demigods and sages. Yo mam ajam anadim cha veti loka maheshwaram asammudha samatyeshu sarva papai pramukhyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the world, he only, undeluded among men, is freed from all sins. Buddhirjnanam asammoha kshama satyam damashamaha sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha abhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushtis tapodanam yasho yashah bhavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva prudhagvidhaha. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastadha madbhavamanasa jata hesham loka ima praja. The seven great sages and before them the four other great sages and the manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. Etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo veti tattvataha yo vikalpena yogena yujyate natra samshayaha. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mind engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvitaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Macchitta madgata prana bodhayanta parasparam kadhayantasya mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. The thoughts of my pure devotee dwells in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Tesham yevanukampardham aham ajnanajam tamaha nashayami atma bhavastho jnanadipena bhasvata. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna Uvacha Param Brahma Param Dhama Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Sasvatam Divyam Adidevam Ajam Vibhum Ahustvam Dushaya Sarve Devarshir Naradastatha Asito Devalo Vyasa Swayam Cheva Brahmishimi. Arjuna said, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me. Sarvametadrutam manye yanmam vadasi keshava nahi te bhagavan vyaktim viduru deva nadanavaha. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Swayam yetma, swayam yevatmanatmanam vethatvam purushottama bhuta bhavana bhutesha deva deva jagatpate. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency. O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Vaktumarhasi aseshena divyahi atma vibhutayah yabhir vibhuti lokan imam stvam vyapya tisthasi. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. Katham vidyamaham yogims tvam sada parichintayan keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you, and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuya kadhaya truptirhi trunvato nasti me mrutam. O Janardana, again, please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, but the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Hantate Kadayishyami Divyāhyātma Vibhūtayah Pradhanyatah Purushrestha Naschyanto Vistarasyami. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent. O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. Ahamatma Gudakesha Sarvabhutasya Sarvabhutashayasthitah Ahamadisya Madhyancha Bhutanam Anta Evacha. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Adityanamaham Vishnu Jyotisham Raviram Shumam Marichir Marutamasmi Nakshatranamaham Shashi. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon. Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manasyasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Rudranam Shankarasyasmi Vittesho Rakshasam Vittesho Vasuram Pavakasyasmi Meru Sikhari Namaham. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of Wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Purodhasam cha mukhyam mam vidhi partha brahaspatim senani namaham skanda sarasam asmi sagaraha. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brahaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Maharshinam bhruvur aham giramasmi ekamaksharam yajnanam japa yajnosmi Stavaranam Himalayah. Of the great sages, I am Bhrugu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Aswedha Sarva Vrukshadam Devarshinam cha Naradaha Gandharvanam Chitraradha Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree, and of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitraratha, and among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Uchchaisravasam Ashvana Uchchaisravasam Ashvanam Vidhimam Amrutobdhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam Chanaradhipam. Of horses know me to be Uchchaisrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants I am Airavata, and among men I am the monarch. Ayudhanam aham vajram dhenunam asmi kamadhuk prajanaschasmi kandarpa sarpanam asmi vasuki. Of weapons I am the thunderbolt. Among cows I am the surabhi. Of causes for procreation I am Kandarpa, the god of love. And of serpents I am Vasuki. Anantaschasmi naganam varuno yadasham aham pitrunam aryavaschasmi yamasamyamatam aham yamasamyamatam aham. Of the many hooded nagas I am Ananta, and among the aquatics I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors I am Aryama, and among the dispensers of law I am Yama, the lord of death. Prahladaschasmi daityanam kala kalayatamaham mruganam cha mrugendroham vainateyascha pakshinam. Among the Daitya demons I am the devoted Prahlad. Among subduers I am time. Among beasts I am the lion, and among birds I am Garuda. Pavanah pavatamasmi Rama shastrabhrutamaham Jashanam makaraschasmi Srodasham asmi jahnavi. Of purifiers I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapons I am Rama. Of fishes I am the shark. And of flowing rivers I am the Ganges. Sarganam adirantascha Macham chaivaham arjuna Adhyatma vidya vidyanam Vada pravadatamaham. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle, O Arjuna. Of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Aksharanam akarosmi dvandas dvandasamasika cha aham evakshaya kalo dhataham visvato mukhaha. Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. Mrityu sarvaharashchaham udbhavascha bhavishyatam kirti srirvakcha narinam smrutir medha dhrutikshama. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Bruhasamatadhasamnam gayatri chandasamaham masanam marga sirshoham rutunam kusumakaraha. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Bruhasama, and of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha, November, December. And of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. Jyotam chalayatam tejas tejasvinamaham jayosmi vyavasayosmi sattam sattvatam aham. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Vrishninam vasudevosmi pandavanam dhananjaya muninam api aham vyasa kavinam nushana kavihi. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Bhushana. Dandodamayatam nitirasmi jigi satam maunam chaivasmi guhyanam gnanam gnanavatamaham. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise, I am the wisdom. Echapi sarvabhutanam bijam tadaham arjuna na tadasti vina yatsyan maya bhutam characharam. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa yesha tuddesha prokto vibhuter vistaro maya. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Yadyad vibhutim asatvam srimad ujjitameva va tattadevavagachatvam mama tejamsha sambhavam. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Athava bahunaitena kim jnatena tavarjuna vistabhyahamidam krutsnam ekamshena sthito jagat. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. Chapter 11, the universal form. Arjuna uvacha madanugrahaya paramam gukhyam ajhatma sangritam yat payoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has now been dispelled. Bhavapyayo hi bhutanam sruto vistarasho maya tattah kamala pratraksha mahatmyam apichabhyayam. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity, and have realized your inexhaustible glories. Evametad yathattatvam atmanam paramesvara drashtumichhami te rupam aiswaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, as you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. Manyase yadi tatshakyam maya drastum iti prabho yogeshwara tato me tvam darshayatmanam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Pashyame Partha Rupani Shatasodha Sahasrashah Nana Vidhani Divyani Nana Varna Krutani Cha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Prutha, see now my opulences, hundreds of thousands of very divine and multicolored forms. Pashyadichan vasun rudran ashwinau marutastadha bahunya drushta purvani pasyasyarjani bharata. O best of the Bharata, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwini Kumaras, and all the other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard before. Ihaikastham jagat kruthnam pasyajya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanya drastumichyasi. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you now desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving and non-moving is here completely in one place. Natu mam sikyase drastum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu Pasya me yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes before my mystic opulence. Sanjaya uvacha evam mukta tato rajan mahayogeshwaro harihi darshayamasha parthaya paramam rupamaishwaram. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken the Supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Anekavatra nayanam, anekadbhuta darshanam, aneka divyabharanam, divyadekod ekojatayudham, divyamalyambaradharam, divyagandhanulepanam, sarvashcharyamayam devam, anantam visvato mukham. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. Divisurya sahasrasya bhaved yugapaduttita yadi bhasadrushi sasyat bhasastasya mahatmanaha. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. Tatraikastham jagat pravibhaktam anekadha apashyadeva devasya sharire pandavastada. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Tatasa vismayavisto hrushtaro madhananjaya pranamya shirasa devam kritanjalir abhasata. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna uvacha pashyami devams tava deva dehe sarvams tadha bhuta vishesha sangham brahmanamisham kamalasanastham rishimsya sarvan muragamsya divyam. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. Aneka bahu dara vaktra netram pasyabitvam sarvato nantarupam nantam namachyam na punastavadim pashyami vishvesvara vishvarupa. O Lord of universe, O universal form, I see in your body many, many arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes, expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Kiritinam gadinam chakrinam cha tejo rasim sarvato diptimantam pashyami tvam durniriksham samantat diptanalarka jutima prameyam. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence, spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and discs. Tvamaksharam paramam veditavyam, tvamasya visvasya param nidhanam, tvamavyaya shashvata dharma gupta, sanatanastam purusho matomi. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. Anadimanchantam anantaviryam anantabahum shashisurya netram pashyavitvam dipta hutashavaktam Swatejasa Vissamidam Tapantam. You are without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and the moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Ja ja apridhivyoridam antaram hi vyaptam tvayekena disascha sarva dristvadbhutam rupam tavedam lokatrayam pravyatitham mahatman. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O great one, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed. Amihitvam surasangha vishanti kechid bhita pranjaleyo grunanti swastiti uktva maharshis siddha sangha stuvanti tvam stutibhi pushkalabhi. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings crying all peace are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. Rudrajitya vasavo ye cha sajja visvesvino marutas choshmapascha gandharva yakshasura siddha sangha vikshante tvam vismitaschaiva sarve. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sajas, the Vishwadevas, the two Asvis, the Marus, the four fathers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. Rupam mahatte bahuvaktra netram mahabaho bahubahu rupadam Mahabaho Bahubahu Rupadam Bahudaram Bahutamstrakaralam Drishtva Loka Pravyatitastathaham. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form, with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth, and as they are disturbed, so am I. Navasprusham Deeptamanekavarnam Vyatanam Dipta Vishala Netram Drishtva Hitvam Pravyat Tidhantaratma Dhrutim Navindati Samamsha Vishnu. All pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouth and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. Damshrakaralanī achate mukhani drustvaiva kalana lasannibhani disho na janena labhecha sharma prasida devesha jagannivasa. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance seeing thus your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth. In all directions I am bewildered. Ami chatvam dhatra rashtrasya putra sarve sahaivavanipala pangaihi Bhishmo Dronaha Sutaputras Sahasmadiyer apiyodha mukhyaihi Vaktrani te tvaramana vishanti Damstrakaralani bhayanakani Kechit vilagna dashanantareshu Sandrushyante Shurnitairuttamangai. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings, and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also, are rushing into your fearful mouths. And some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. Yatha nadinam bahavom bhuvega samudram mukhadраvanti tatha tavami naraloka vida vishanti vaktranyabhivijvalanti. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. Yatha pradiptam jalanam patanga विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्ध वेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास् तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्ध वेगाः. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. लेलिह्यसे ग्रासमानः समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनैर्ज्वलन् ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापुर्य जगत् समग्रम् भासस्तवोग्राः प्रतपन्ति विष्णो. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with your flaming mouths, covering all the universe with your effulgence. You are manifest with terrible scorching rays. आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाज्यं नहि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम्. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. Sri Bhagavanuvacha Kalosmi lokakshayakrit pravruddho lokan samahartumiha pravruttah ritepi tvam na bhavishyanti sarve eva sthita pravrittachanikeshu yodha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Tasmat tamuttishta yasho labhasva jitva sitrun bhungshva rajyam samruddham mayaivaite nihata purvameva nimittamatram bhavasavya sachin. Therefore, get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Sabyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Dronancha bhishmancha jayadrathancha karnam tadhanyanapi yodha viran maya hatam stvam jahimam vyavastha vyatistha yujjasvajetasi rane sapatnam. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight, and you will vanquish your enemies in battle. Anjaya uvacha etat shrutva vachanam keshavasya kritanjalirvepamana kriti namaskritva bhuya evaha krishnam sagadgadam bhita pranamya. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows. Arjuna uvacha sthane hrushikesha tavapi prakritya sthane hrushikesha tava prakritya jagat prahrishyati Anurajyate cha rakshamsi bhitani disho dravanti sarve namasyanti cha siddha sanghaha. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid, and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. Kasmacha tena namiran mahatman gariyashe brahmanopi adikatre ananta devesha jagannivasa tamaksharam sat asatat param yat. O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. Tvamadideva Purusha Puranas, Tvamasya Viswasya Param Nidhanam, Vetasi Vejyam cha param cha dhama Tvaya tatam vissamananta rupa. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all that is knowable. You are the supreme refuge, above the material modes, O limitless form. This whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Vayuryamognirvaruna sashanka shashanka prajapatistam pratima prapitamahascha namo namastestu sahasrakrutva punasya bhuyopi namo namaste. You are air and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creature, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times and yet again. Namah purastadath prushtataste namostu te sarvata eva sarva ananta viryatma vikramasat vikra ananta virya mita vikramastam sarvam samapnosi tatosi sarva. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides, O unbounded power. You are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading, and thus you are everything. Sakheti matva prasabham yaduktam He Krishna he Yadava Sakheti Ajarata mahimanam tabedam Maya pramadat pranayena vapi Yachaiva sa Yachaiva sartham asatkritosi Viharaseyasana bhojaneshu Eko thavapyachyuta tat samaksham Takshamayetam ahamaprabheyam. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times. Jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of my many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. Pitasi lokasya characharasya Tomasya pujasya gurur gariyam Natvat samosti abhyadikastu tonyo Lokatrayepyar pratima prabhava. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of immeasurable power? Tasmat pranamya pranidhaya kayam prasadaye tvam ahamisha vidyam piteva putrasya sakheva sakhyu priya priya yarhasi deva sodhum. You are the Supreme Lord that be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend the impertinence of a friend, or a husband the familiarity of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. Adrushta purvam hrushitosmi društva bhayena cha pravyahitam manome tadeva me darshaya deva rupam prasida devesha jagannivasa. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe. Kiritinam gadinam chakrahastam ichchami tvam drastumaham tadhaiva tenaiva rupena chaturbhujena sahasrabahu bhava visvamurte. O universal form, O thousand-armed Lord, I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head and with club, wheel, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya prasannena tavajunedam rupam param darshitam atma yogat tejomayam visvamanantamadyam Yanme tavat, yanme tadanyena nadrushta purvam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my internal potency the supreme universal form within this material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of clearing effulgence. Naveda yagna, navega yagna chayanair tanair, na chakriyabhir na tapobhirugraihi, evam, evam rupam sekyam aham loke, drastum tadanyena kuru pravira. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances can I be seen in this form in the material world. Mate vyatha macha vimooda bhavo društva rupam ghoram idrunmamedam yapeta viprita mana punastvam tadeva me rupamidam prapasya. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Anjaya uvacha ityajinam vasudevastadhokva swakam rupam darshayam asha bhuya asvasayam asha cha bhitamenam bhutva punav saumya vapur mahatma. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. Arjuna uvacha drishtvedam manasham rupam tava saumyam janardana idanim asmi samvrutta sacheta prakritim gataha. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind, and I am restored to my original nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Sudarsham idam Sududdasham idam rupam drustavan asiyan mama devapyasya rupasya nityam darshana kanchinaha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods ever seeking the opportunity to see this form which is so dear. Naham veder na tapasa nadane cha Nadane chejjaya sakshaivam vidho drastum drustavan asimam yatha. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. Bhaktivedanta sakya aham evam vidhorjuna gnatum drashtum cha tatveda praveshtum cha param tapa. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. Mat karma krun mat paramo mad bhakta sangavajjitaha Nirvaira sarva bhuteshu yassamam eti pandava. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me. Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satata Yuktaye Bhaktastvam Paryupasate Echapyaksharam Objektam tesham ke yoga vittamaha. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Mayyaveshyamano yemam nityayukta upasate Shraddhaya parayopetas te me yuktatama mataha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Etvaksharamanirdesham avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gammasyam cha kutastham achalam dhruvam kutastham achalam dhruvam sanniyamyendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhayah te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhutahite rataha. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखम् देहवद्भिरवाप्यते. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Hetu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasya matparaha ananyenaiva yogena mam chayanta upasate teshamaham samudharta mrichu samsara sagarat bhavamina chirat partha maya veshita chetasam. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Prusa, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Mayyeva mana adhatsva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivasishyasi mayyeva ata urdham na samshayah. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always without a doubt. Atha chittam samadhatum na saknoshi mayi sthiram abhyasa yogena tato mamichhaptum dhananjaya. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. Abhyasepi asamarthosi matkarma paramo bhava madarthamapi karmani kurvan siddhimavapshasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Adhaitadapyasaktosi kartum madyogamashritah sarvakarma phalatyagam tatah kuru yatatmavam. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasat jnanat jhanam visishyate jhanat karma phala tyagas tyagat shantiranantaram. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind. Advesta sarva bhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadukha sukakshami santushta satatam yogi yatatma drudha nischayah mayyarpita mano buddhir yomad bhakta same priyaha. One who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. यस्मान्नोद्विजते लोको लोकान्नोद्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभवोद्वेगैर्मुक्तो यः स मे चे मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः. He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. अनपेक्षस्सु चेदक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यथः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्त समे प्रियः. My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some results, is very dear to me. Yo na hrushyati na dvesti न सोचति न कांक्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान यः स मे प्रियः. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. Samo shatro cha mitre cha tatha manapamanayo sitoshna sukha dukkheshu samasanga vivarjitah tulya sutirmauni santusto yena kenachit aniketa sthiramatir bhaktiman me priyo naraha. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who does not care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge, and who is engaged in devotional service. Such a person is very dear to me. Etu dharmamritam idam यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धानमत्परमा भक्तास्तेति वा भक्तास्तेति वा मे भक्तास्तेति वा मे प्रियाः. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very dear are very, very dear to me. Chapter 13. Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness. Arjuna Uvacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetragname cha Etadveditum Ichhami Jnanam Gneyam cha Keshava. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetram iti abhidijyate etadyo veti tam prahu kshetrajna iti tadvidaha. Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, I wish to know what about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer, and the field and the knower of the field, and of knowledge and the object of knowledge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, this body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field. Kshetrajnam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetrajnayor jnanam yatta jnanamatam mama. O sign of Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies. And to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Takshetram yacha yadrukcha yadvikari yatasya sachayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena same shrunu. Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted, what its changes are, whence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activities is, and what his influences are. ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर्विविधैः पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनिश्चितैः. That knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings. It is especially presented in Vedanta Sutra with all reasoning as to cause and effect. Mahabhutanyahangkaro buddhir avyaktamev cha indriyani dashaikami indriyani dashaikam cha pancachendriya gocharaha ichchadvesha sukham dukkham sanghatas chetana dhrutihi etakshetram samasena savikaram udahrutam. The five great elements, false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses and the mind, the five sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life symptoms and convictions. All these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. Amanittam adhambhitvam ahimsa shantirajyavam acharyopasanam saucham स्थैर्यम् आत्मविनिग्रहः इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अहङ्कार अनहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् असक्ते अनभिस्वङ्गा पुत्रधारा गृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् हरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वम् तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यत् अतोऽन्यथा. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of evil of birth, death, old age, and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home, and the rest, even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization, and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance. Neyam yattat pravakshami yajñātvāmritam ashnute anādimat param brahma nasattan nāsaduchyate. I shall now explain the knowing the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal, Brahman. Brahman, the spirit, beginningless and subordinate to me, lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Sarvatah panipadam tat sarvato shishiro mukham sarvatah srutimaloke sarvamabruchyatishthati. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the super soul exists, pervading everything. Sarvendriya gunabhasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarva bhrukshaiva nirgunam gunabhoktrucha. The super soul is the original source of all senses, and he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time, he is the master of all the modes of material nature. Bahirantasya bhutanam acharam charameva cha sukshmatvat tad avigneyam durastham chantike chatat. The supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam eva cha sthitam bhutabhartrurcha tajneyam grashishnu prabhavishnu cha. Although the supersoul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. Jyotishamapi tajyotish tamasah paramuchyate gnanam gneyam gnanagamyam hridi sarvasya visthitam hridi sarvasya visthitam. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge. He is the object of knowledge and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart. Iti kshetram tadha jnanam gneyam choktam samasataha madbhakta eva vijnaya madbhava yopapadyate. Thus the field of activity, the body, knowledge and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. Prakritim purusham chaiva vijjanadi bhavapi vikaramsya gunamsyaiva vidhi prakriti sambhavan. Material nature and the living entity should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Karya karana kartrutve hetu prakriti ruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktrutve hetu ruchyate. Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Purusha prakrutistho hi bhunte prakritijan gunam karanam guna sangasya sadasadyo nijanmasu. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil among various species. Upadrastanumanta cha Bharta bhokta maheshwaraha paramatmeti chapyukto dehesmin purushah paraha. Yet in this body there is another a transcendental enjoyer who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter and who is known as the super soul. Yayevam veti purusham prakritam cha gunai saha sarvadha vartamanospi Nasa bhuyo bhijayate. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. Jnanenatmani pashyanti kechidatmanam anye sankhena yogena karma yogena chapade. Some perceive the supersoul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without fruitive desires. Anye tvayevam ajananta srutavyanebhya srutvanyebhya upasate tepi chati tarantyaiva mrutyam srutiparayanaha. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. Yavat sanjayate kinchit sattvam sthavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajna samyogat tadvidhi bharatarshava. O chief of the Bharatas, know that whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram vinashyatsu vinasyatsvi avinashyantam yapashyati sapashyati. One who sees the super soul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the super soul within the destructible body is ever destroyed, actually sees. Samam pashyan hi sarvatra samavasthitamishwaram nahinastya atmanatmanam tato yati parangatim. One who sees the super soul equally present everywhere, in every living being, does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus he approaches the transcendental destination. Prakrichaiva cha karmani kriyamanani sarvasah yap pashyati tadatmanam akartaram sapashyati. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. Yada bhuta pradhak bhavam ekastham anupashyati tataiva cha vistaram brahma samapajyate tada. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities due to different material bodies, and he sees how beings are expanded everywhere, he attains to the Brahman conception. Anaditva nirgunatvat paramatma paramatmayam avyayah paramatma ayam avyayah sharirasthopi kaunteya nakaroti nalipyate. Those with the vision of eternity can see what the imperishable soul is. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. Yatha sarvagatam saukshmyat akasham nopalipyate sarvatravasthito dehe tathatmanopalipyate. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul situated in Brahman vision does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. Yatha prakashayatyeka krishnam lokamimam ravihi kshetram kshetri tadha krishnam prakashayati bharata. O son of Bharata, O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. Kshetra kshetragnayorevam antaram jnana chakshusha bhuta prakriti mokshancha ye vidur yanti te param. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal. Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Param Bhuya Pravakshami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yajnatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Ito Gataha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, again I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. Idam jnanam upashritya mamasa dharmyamagataha sarge pipino pajayante pralayena vedhanchicha. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. Mama yonirmahat brahma tasmin garbham dadhamyahum sambhava sarva bhutanam tato bhavati bharata. The total material substance called Brahman is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharata. Sarvayonishu kaunteya mutaya sambhavantiya tasam brahma mahadyonir aham bija pradapita. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Sattam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhava nibadhanti mahabaho dehe dehinam avyayam. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Tatra sattam nirmalatvat prakashakam anamayam sukha sangena badhati jnana sangena chanaka. O sinless one, the mode of goodness being purer than the others is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. Rajoragatmakam vidhi Krishna sanga samudbhavam tannibadhnati kaunteya karma sangena dehinam. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, the embodied soul, living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. Tamastam anjana tamastam ajnanajam vidhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nidrabhis tannibadhnati bharata. O son of Bharata, know that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. Sattvam sukhe sanjayati rajah karmani bharata jnanamabruchyatu tamaha pramade sanjayatyuta. O son of Bharata, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness. Passion conditions one to fruitive action. And ignorance covering one's knowledge binds one to madness. Rajas tamasya vibhuya sattam bhavati bharata rajas sattam tamasyaiva tamas sattam rajas tatha. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance. O son of Bharata, sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance, and at other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. Sarvadvareshu dehesmin prakasha upajayate jnanam yada tada vidyat vivruddham sattam ichyuta. The manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. Lobha pravritrirarambha karmanam asamaspruha tajasisyetani jayante vivruddhe bharatarshabha. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop. Aprakasho pravritrischa pramado moha evacha tamasyetani jayante vivruddhe kurunandana. When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Kuru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested. Yada sattve pravruddhetu pralayam yati dehabhrut tadottama vidam lokam amalan pratipadyate. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets of the great sages. Tajasi pralayam gatva karma sangishu jayate tadha pralinas tamasi mudha yonishu jayate. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. Karmana sukrutasyahu satvikam nirmalam phalam tajasastu phalam dukkham ajnanam tamasah phalam. The result of pious action is pure and is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action done in the mode of passion results in misery. And action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness. Tattva sanjayate jnanam rajaso lobha eva cha pramada moho tamaso bhavato jnanam eva cha. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the mode of ignorance, develop foolishness, madness, and illusion. Urdhvam gachanti sattvastha madhye tishtanti rajasa jaghanya guna vruttistha adho gachanti tamasah. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets. And those in the abominable mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. Nanyam gunebhya kartaram yada drasthanupashyati gunebhyascha param veti madbhavam sodhigacchati. When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work than these modes of nature, and he knows the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature. Gunanitam atichatrin dehi deha samudbhavan janma mrityu jara dukher vimukto amritam ashnute. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from death. He can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Arjuna Uvacha Kalirlingai Trin Gunani Tan Atito Bhavati Prabho Himachara Katham Chaitam Trin Gunan Ativartate. Arjuna inquired, my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior and how does he transcend the modes of nature? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Prakasham cha pravrittim cha moham eva cha pandava tadvestis sampravrittani na nivrittani kanchati udasina vadasino gunairyo na vichalyate gunavartanta ityevam yo vai tisthati nengate samadukha sukha swastha samaloshtasmakanchanaha tulya priya priyodhiras tulya nindatma samstutihi manapamana yostulyas tulyo mitrari pakshayo sarvarambha parichagi gunatita sa uchyate. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present, or long for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal toward the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friends and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the modes of nature. Mam chayo vyabhicarena bhakti yogena sevate sagunam samatithyaitang brahma bhuyaya kalpate. One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. Brahmano hi pratisthaham amrutasya cha shasvatasya cha dharmasya sukhaisya aikantikasya cha. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhamoolamadarshakham asvedham prahuravyayam chandamsi yasya parnani yastam veda savedavit. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Adhaschordham prastutastasya shakha guna pravruddha vishaya pravala adhasya mulanyanu santatani karmanubandhini manushya loke. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitive actions of human society. Narupamasyeha tadhopalabhyate nanto na chade na cha sampratistha asvedhamenam suvru savirudhamulam asangashastrena drudhena chitva tatah padam tat paramargitavyam yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuya tameva chadyam purusham prapadye yatah pravrutti prashtuta purani. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Nirmana mohajita sangadosha adhyatma nicha vinivruta kama vandvair vimukta sukha dukkha samkner gachancha mudha padamavyayam tat. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion, and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. Na tadbhasayate suryo, na sashanko na pavakaha, yadgatva na nivartante, tadhama paramam mama. That supreme abode of mine is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. Mamaivansho jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashyasthanindriyani prakrutisthani karshati. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditional life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. Shariram yadavapnoti yachap utkrama utkramatishvaraha gृहीत्वैतानि samyati vayurgandhani vasayat. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another, as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. Stotram chakshuspashanam cha rasanam granameva cha adhisthaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. Utkramantam sthitam vapi bhunjanam va gunanvitam vimudhananu pashyanti gnana chakshusaha. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. Yatanto yoginaschainam pasyanchatmani avasthitam yatanto pakrutatmano nainam pashyanti achetasaha. The enduring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly. But those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. Yadadityagatam tejo jagadbhasayate khilam yachandramasi yachagno tattejo vidhimamakam. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me. And the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. Gama vishchicha bhutani dharayamyahamojasa ushnami chaushadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmagaha. I enter into each planet and by my energy they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. Aham vaisvanaro bhutva praninam dehamashritah pranapana samayuktah pachamyannam chaturvidham. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the four kinds of foodstuff. Sarvasya chaham hrudi sannivishto matta smrtirjnanamapohanam cha vedaischa sarvairahmeva vidyo vedantakrut veda videva chaham. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Dvamivau purushau loke ksharascha eva cha ksharas sarvani bhutani bhutastho kshara uchyate. There are two classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible. And in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Uttama purushastvanya paramatmet udahrutaha yo lokatrayamabhishya vibharti avyaya ishvaraha. Besides these two, there is the greatest living personality, the super soul, the supreme soul, the imperishable Lord himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them. Yasmaksharamati aksharaadapi chottamaha atosmi loke vedecha pradhita purushottamaha. Because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that supreme person. Yo mamemam asammudho janati purushottamam sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata. O son of Bharata. Iti guhyatamam shastram idamuktam maya nakha etad buddha buddhiman syat kritakrutyasya bharata. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection. Chapter 16. The Divine and Demoniac Natures. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi Dhanam Damasya Yajnasya Swachaya Stapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Chagas Shantirapaishunam Daya Bhuteshalo Luptam Matavam Hrutira Chapalam Tejakshama Dhrutis Saucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Daivim Abhijatasya Bharata. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Dambho darpobhimanascha rodha parushyameva cha ajnanam chabhijatasya partha sampadamasurim. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities belong to those of demoniac nature, O son of Vritha. Devi sampad vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata masucha sampadam daivim abhijatosi pandava. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demoniac qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. Dau bhuta sargau lokesmin daiva asura eva cha daivo vistarasha prokta asuram pardhame shrunu. O son of Prutha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac. Pravrittim cha nivrittim cha janana vidurasuraha na saucham snapi chacharo na satyam teshu vidyate. Those who are demoniac do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. Asatyam apratishtham te jagadahur aniswaram aparaspara sambhutam kimanyat kamahaitukam. They say that this world is unreal, with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is producer of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. Etam drushtim avastabhya nastatmano alpa buddhayah prabhavanchugra karmana Chayaya jagato hitaha. Following such conclusions, the demoniac who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Kamam asrichat dushpuram dambhamana madanvitaha mohat gruhitva satgraham mohat gruhitva sadgraham pravartante suchivrataha. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusion, always found to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. Chintamaparimeyam cha pralayantam upashritaha kamopabhoga parama etavad iti nishchitaha आशपाशसतैर्बद्धाः कामक्रोधपरायणाः इहान्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्या अन्यायेनार्थसञ्चयान्. They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable, bound by a network of hundreds of thousands of desires, and absorbed in lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. Idamajjamaya labdham imam prapsyate manoradham idamasidam apime bhavishyati punardhanam asau maya hatashatrur anishye cha paranapi isaroham aham bhogi siddhoham balavan sukhi आजोभिजानवान् अस्मि पुण्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्षे दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यञ्ज इत्यज्ञानाविमोहितः. The demoniac person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. Aneka chitta vibhranta moha jala samavruta prasakta kama bhogeshu patanti narakesu chau. Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell. Atmasambhavita stabdha dhanamanamadhanvitaः yajante nama yagnaiste dambhena abhitipurvakam. Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodham cha samsritaah mamatmaparadveheshu pradvishanto abhyasuyakaah. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust, and anger, and demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion. Tanaham dishata kruram samsareshu naradhaman shipami ajasram shipami ajasram asubham asurishveva yonishu. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life. Asurim bhayonim mudha janmani janmani mama prapyaiva kaunteya tato yanti adhamam gatim. Attaining repeated birth against the species of demoniac life, O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually, they sink down to the most abominable type of existence. Trividham narakasyedam dvaram nashanam kama krodhastadha lobhas tasmadetatrayam tyajet. There are three gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. एतैर्विमुक्तः कौन्तेय तमो द्वारैस्त्रिभिर्नरः आचरेच्छात्मनः श्रेयस् tato yati parangatim. The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Yashastra vidhumustrujya vartate kamakaratah nasa siddhima vapnoti nasukham na parangatim. He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme destination. Tasmaschastram pramanam te karya karya vyavasthitau jnatva shastra vidhanoktam karma kartum viharhasi. One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna Uvacha Ye Shastra Vidhimustrujya Yajante Saddhayam Vitaha Tesham Nisthatu Ka Krishna Sattam Ahora Jastamaha. Arjuna inquired, O Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principles of scripture but worship according to their own imagination? Are they in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance? Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sasvabhavaja Satviki Rajasi Chaiva Tamasi Cheti Tam Shrunu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance. Now hear about this. Sattvanurupa sarvasya Shraddha bhavati bharata Shraddhamayo ayam purusho yo yacchaddasya eva saha. O son of Bharata, according to one's existence under various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes he has acquired. Yajante satvika devan yaksharaksham rajasaha pretam bhuta ganam shanye yajante tamasa janaha. Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods. Those in the mode of passion worship the demons. And those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Ashastra vihitam ghoram tapyante ye tapo janaha dambhahankara samyuktaha kamaraga balanvitaha karshayantasya rirastham bhutagramamachetasah mam chaivantasya rirastham tan vidhi asura tan vidhyasura nischayan. Those who undergo severe austerities and penances not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who are impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the material elements of the body, as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. Aharas Aharastvapi sarvasya trivido bhavati priyaha yagnastapastadha dhanam tesham bhedamimam srunu. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now here are the distinctions between them. Ayus saptabalarogya sukha priti vivardhanaha ras tasya snigdha sthira hrujya ahara satvika priyaha. Foods dear to those in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, taste fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. Katvam lavanati ushna tikshna ruksha vidahinaha ahara rajasasyesta dukkha sokamaya pradaha. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such foods cause distress, misery, and disease. Yatayamam gataras Yatayamam gatarasam Poti paryusitam chayat Uchchishthamapi chamedhyam Bhojanam tamasapriyam. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, food that is tasteless, decomposed, putrid, and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things is dear to those in the mode of darkness. Afalakankshibe yagno vidhidistoya ya ijjate yastavyam eveti manaha samaja sasatvika. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of the scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. Abhisandhayatu phalam dam dambardham api chaiva yat ijjate bharata srestha tam yajnam vidhi rajasam. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of the Bharatas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Vidhihinam asrushtanam mantrahinam adakshinam Shraddha virahitam yajnam tamasam parichakshate. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the directions of the scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of the Vedic hymns and remunerations to the priest, and without faith, is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. Devadvija Guru Prajna Pujanam Sauchamarjavam Brahmacharyam Himsacha Shariram Tapa Uchyate. Austerity of the body consists in worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother, and in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence. Anudvegnakaram vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat swajhayabhyasanam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate. Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are fruitful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature. Manaprasada saumyatvam maunam atma vinigraha bhava samsiddhiricchetat tapo manasa muchyate. And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of the mind. Shraddhaya paraya taptam tapasta trividham naraihi apalakanshibhir yuktaihi satvikam parichakshate. The threefold austerity performed with transcendental faith by men not expecting material benefits but engaged only for the sake of the Supreme is called austerity in goodness. Satkara mana pujardham tapodambhena chaivayat kriyate tadhya roktam rajasamchala madhrum. Penance performed out of pride and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent. Mudhagrahenatmano yat pidaya kriyate tapaha parasyotsādanārtham va tattamasudahrutam. Penance performed out of foolishness, with self-torture, or to destroy or injure others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Daitavyam iti yaddanam diyate anupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha taddanam satvikam smrutam. Charity given out of duty without expectation of return at the proper time and place and to a worthy person is considered to be in the mode of goodness. Yattu pratyupakarardham phalam uddishya va punaha diyate cha pariklishtham taddanam rajamashrutam taddanam rajasam smrutam. But charity performed with the expectation of some return, or with a desire for fruitive results, or in grudging mood, is said to be charity in the mode of passion. Adesha kale yaddanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkrutam avagnatam tattamasam udahrutam. And charity performed at an impure place at an improper time to an unworthy person or without proper attention and respect is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Om Tat Saditi Nirdesho Brahmanas Trividha Smrutaha Brahmanastena Vedascha Yajnascha Vihitah Pura. From the beginning of creation, the three words Om Tat Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations were used by Brahmanas while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Tasmad Homiti Udhakritya Yajnadana Tapakriyah Pravartante Vidhanoktaha Satatam Brahmavadinam. Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking performances of sacrifice, charity, and penance in accordance with scriptural injunctions, with scriptural regulations, begin always with Om to attain the Supreme. Taditi anabhisandhaya phalam yajnatapakriyaha danakriyasya vividhaha kriyante mokshakankshibihi. Without desiring fruitive results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance, and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material entanglement. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sadicchetat prayujyate prasate karmani tatha sachabdha partha yujyate yagne tapasi dane cha Stiti saditi chochyate karma chaiva tadabdhiyam sadichi sad iti evabhidhiyate. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance, and charity, which, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Purusha. Astadhaya hutam dattam tapastaptam krutam chayat asad ityuchyate partha nachatat prechano iha. Anything done as a sacrifice, charity, or penance without faith in the Supreme, O son of Purusha, is impermanent, and it is called asad, and is useless both in this life and the next. Chapter 18, Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. Arjuna Uvacha Sannyasasya Mahabaho Tattvam-ichhami Veditum Chagasya cha Hushikesha Pruthak Keshini Sudana. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, Chaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyasa. O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. Sri Bhagavad Uvacha Kamyanam karmanam nyasam sannyasam kavayo viduhu sarva karma phalachagam rahuschagam vichakshanaha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life sannyas. And giving up the results of all activities is what the wise call renunciation, chaga. Tyajam doshavadi, tyajam doshavadityeke karma prahur manishinaha yajnada yajnadana tapa karma natyajam iti chapare. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty. Yet other sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned. Nischayam shunu me tatra chage bharata sattama chagyo hi purusha vyakha tadvitha trividha samprakititaha. O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Yajnadana tapakarma natyajam karyameva tat yajnodanam tapasyaiva pavanani manishinam. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. Etanyapittu karmani sangam chakva phalani cha kartavyani me partha nishchitam matamuttamam. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty. O son of Prusa, that is my final opinion. Niyatasya tu sannyasa karmano nopapadyate mohatasya parityagas tamasaf parikirtitaha. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Dukkham ityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayat tyajet sakrutva rajasam chagam naiva chaga phalam labhet. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Karyam icheva yat karma niyatam kriyate arjuna sangam tyaktva phalam chaiva satyaga satiko mataha. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. Nadvesti akushalam karma kushale nanusajjate tyagi sattva samavishto medhavi chinna samshayaha. The intelligent announcer situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work. Nahi deha bhruta sakyam tyaktum karmani aseshataha yastu karma phalatyagi satyagiti abhibhidyate. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. Anishtam mishram cha trividham karmana phalam bhavachi atyaginam pretya natu sannyasinam tvachit. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Panchaitani mahabaho karanani nibodhame sankhye kritante proktani siddhaye sarva karmanam. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for accomplishment of all action. Now learn of this from me. Adhishtanam tadha karta karanam cha pradhak vidham vividhascha pradhak chesta daivam chaivatra panchamam. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the super soul. These are the 5 factors of action. Shariravan manobhiryat karma prarabdhate naraha nyayam va vivartitam va panchaite tasya hetavaha. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Tatraivam sati kartaram atmanam kevalam tu yaha pasyachakrita buddhitvam nasa pasyati dharmatihi. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. यस्य नाहं कृतो भावो बुद्धिरस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Jnanam gneyam parignata trividha karma chodana karanam karma karteti trividha karma sangraha. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the 3 constituents of action. Jnanam karma cha karta cha tridhaiva gunabhedatah prochyate guna sankhyaani yathavachrunusthanyapi. According to the 3 different modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge: action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. Sarvabhuteshu yenaikam bhavam avyayam ichchite abhibhaktam vibhakteshu tajnanam vidhi satvikam. The knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. Prudhaktvena tu yajnanam nana bhavan prudhak vidhan vetti sarveshu bhuteshu tajnanam vidhi rajasam. That knowledge by which one sees that in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. Yattu krishnavad ekasmin karye saktam ahaitukam atatvardhavat alpam cha tat tamasam udahrutam. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. Niyatam sangarahitam aragadveshata kritam afala prepsuna karma yattat satvikam uchyate. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results is said to be in the mode of goodness. Yattu kamepsu na karma sahanukarena va punaha kriyate bahulayasam tadrajasam udahrutam. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. Anubandham chayam himsam anapeksha cha parusham anapeksha paurusham mohad arabhyate karma yattat tamasamuchyate. Third action performed in illusion, in disregard of scriptural injunction, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Mukta sango Mukta Sango Naham Vadi Druchutsaha Samanvitah Nirvikara Karta Satvika Uchyate. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. Ragi karma phala prepsur lubdho himsatmako suchihi harshaso kanvita karta rajasa prakriti rajasa pariketitaha. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by the joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. Ayukta prakruta stabda satho naiskritiko lasaha vishadi dirghasru sutricha karta tamasa uchyate. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. Buddhirbhedam dhruteshaiva gunatastribhidham shrunu prochamanam aseshena pruthaktena dhananjaya. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of material nature. Pravritrim cha nivrittim cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham moksham cha ya veti buddhik sa partha satviki. O son of Purusa, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. Yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha akaryameva cha ayadhavat prajanati buddhi sa partharajasi. O son of Prasad, that understanding which cannot distinguish between the religion and irreligion, between action and should be done, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. Adharmam dharmam iti ya manyate tamasabrata sarvarthan viparitamscha buddhi sa parthatamasi. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. Dhrutyayaya dharayate mana pranendriya kriya yogena avyabhicharinya dhrutiksa partha satviki. O son of Prasad, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life, and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness. Yayatu dharma kamarthan dhruchadharayate arjuna prasangena phalakanchi dhrutissa partharajasi. But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. Yaya swapnam bhayam sokam vishadam vadameva cha navayunchati durmedha dhrutiksa parthatamasi. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pruta, is in the mode of darkness. Sukham tvidanim tribidham srunime bharadarshava abhyasa dramate yatra dukkhantam cha nigacchati. O best of Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. Yattadagre visham iva parinami mrutopamam tat sukham satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam. That which in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. Vishayendriya samyogat yattadagre mrutopamam pariname visham eva pariname visham iva tatsukham rajasam smritam. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects and which appears like nectar at first but poison at the end is said to be of the nature of passion. Yadagre chanubandhe cha sukham mohanatmanah nidralasya pramodotham tattamasamudahrutam. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from the beginning to the end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Natadasti pradhivyam va divideveshu va punaha sattam prakriti jair muktam yadebhisya tribhir gunaihi. There is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. Brahmana kshatriya visham sudranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani svabhava prabhavair gunaihi. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures in accordance with the material modes, or chastiser of the enemy. Samodamastapasaucham shantir ajabame bacha jnanam vijnanam astikyam brahma karma svabhavajam. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness, these are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Sauryam tejo dhrute daksham yuddhe chapi apalayanam danam ishvara bhavascha kshatram karma svabhavajam. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Krishigo raksha vanijyam vaishya karma svabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma sudrasyapi svabhavajam. Farming, cow production, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas. And for the Sudras, there are labors and service to others. Sve sve karmanya abhirataha samsiddhim labhate naraha swakarma nirata siddhim yotha vindati tachrunu. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. Yata pravrittir bhutanam yena sarvamidam tatam swakarmanatam abhyarchya siddham vindati manavaha. By worshipping of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. Shreyam swadharmo vigunaha varadharma swanusthitat svabhavaniyatam karma kurvan napnoti kilbisham. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Sahajam karma kaunteya sadosham api na tyajet sarvarambha hi doshena dhume nagnirtiva ivavrutaha. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of his nature. O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault. Asakta buddhi sarvatra jitatma vigataspruha naishkarmya siddhim paramam sanyasenadhigacchati. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain, by practice of renunciation, the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. Siddhim prapto yadha brahma tathapnoti nibodhame samasenaiva kaunteya nishtha jnatasya nishtha jnanasya ya para. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. Buddhya visuddhaya yukto dhruchatmanam niyamya cha sabdadin vishayam styaktva ragadveshau yudasya cha vivikta sevila lagveshi laghu asi yatva kayamanasaha dhyana yoga paro nityam vairagyam samupashritaha ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodham parigraham vimuchya nirmanasyanto brahma bhujaya kalpate. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place and who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who is always in trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful. Such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. Brahmabhuta prasannatma na sochati na kanchati samah sarveshu bhuteshu madbhaktim labhate param. One who is thus transcendently situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed toward every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavam yasyasmi tattvataha tato mam tattvato gnatva vishate tadanantaram. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Sarvakarmanya sada kurvano madhyapashrayah matprasadato apnoti shashvatam padamavyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Chetasa sarva karmani mayi sanyasya matparaha buddhi yogam upashritya machitta satatam bhava. In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. Machitta sarva durgani matprasadat tarishyasi atha chetam ahankaram nasroshyasi vinakshasi. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. Yadhankaramātricca nayoccha iti manyase midhyaisa vyavasayaste prakrutistvam niyokshati. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Svabhavena svabhavajena kaunteya nibhadhasvena karmana kartum nechyasi yanmohat karishyasi avasovitat. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same. O son of Kunti. Isara sarva bhutanam hruddesherjuna tisthati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudhani mayaya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of material energy. Tameva sharanam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi sasvatam. O sign of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Iti te jnanam akhyātam guhyād guhyataram maya vimrushyaitad ateshena yadhechāsi tadhā kuru. That I have explained to you, knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully and then do what you want, what you wish to do. Sarvaguhyatamam bhuya srunime paramam vachaha istosi me dhrudham iti tato vakshami te hitam. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyadi mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my dear, very dear friend. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma suchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Idam te nata paskaya idam te nata paskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na cha shushrushabhe vachyam na cha mam yo kasuyati. The confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. Yaidam paramam guhyam madbhakteshvi abhidashyati bhaktim mai param krutva mame vaishyati asamshayaha. For one who explains this supreme secret to devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. Nacha tasman manusheshu kaschin me priyakruttamaha bhavita nacha me tasmat anya priyakaro bhuvi. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there be ever be one more dear. Adhyeshyate cha maya adhyeshyate cha yayimam dharmyam samvadamaya avayoho jnana yagnena tenaham istasyam iti me matihi. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of ours worship me by his intelligence. Shraddhavan Shrunuyadapi yo naraha sopi mukta subhalokan prapnuyat punya karmanam. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to these auspicious planets where the pious dwell. Kachidetachrutam partha tvayai त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहा प्रणस्तस्ते dhananjaya. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of realm, have you heard this with an altered attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjuna Uvacha. Arjuna Uvacha. Nasto moha smriti labdha tatrasa Tvatprasadam maya chuta sthitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt, and I am prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjaya Uvacha Ityaham Vasudevasya Pathasya cha Mahatmanah Samvadam imam Ashtosham Adbhutam Romaharshanam. Sanjaya said that I have heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderfully that message that my hair is standing on end. Vyasa prasadachut srutavan etad guhyam aham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat kathayata swayam. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. Rajan samsmritya samvadam idam adbhutam Keshavajinayoh punyam rishyami cha muhurmuhu. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. Tacha samsrucha rupam achyadbhutam harehe vismayo me mahan rajan krishyami cha punah punaha. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Yatra yogesara Krishno, yatra pardho dhanurdharaha, tatra shrir vijayo bhutir, dhruva netir matir mama. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. Hare Krishna. So thus we have concluded the readings of Bhagavad Gita as it is, all 18 chapters, Sanskrit verses, and the English translations by Srila Prabhupada. It's also recommended that after reading Srimad Bhagavad Gita, we should read Gita Mahatmya. So we want to do that. Gita Shastramidam Punyam Yak Pathe Prayatah Puman Vishnu Padamavapnoti Bhayasokadi Vajjitaha Gita Jayana Silasya Pranayama Parasya Cha Naiva Shantihi Papani Purva Janma Krutani Malini Mochanam Pumsam Jalasnanam Dine Dine Sakrut Gitam Vasisnanam Samsara Malanashanam Gita Sugita Kartavya Kimanyai Shastra Vistarai Ya Swayam Padmanabhasya Mukha Padmadvinishruta Bharatamrita Sarvaswam Vishnor Vaktradvinishrutam Gita Gangodakam Pitva Punarjanmana Vijyate Sarvopanishado Gavo Dogdha Gopalanandanaha Partho vatsa sudhir bhokta duktham Gitamritam mahat. Ekam shastram devaki putra gitam. Eko devo devaki putra eva. Eko mantrastasya namani yani. Karmapyekam tasya devasya seva. Translation. If one properly follows the instructions of Bhagavad Gita, one can be free from all the miseries and anxieties of life. One will be freed from all fears in this life, and one's next life will be spiritual. If one reads Bhagavad Gita very sincerely and with all seriousness, then by the grace of the Lord, the reactions of his past misdeeds will not act upon him. One may cleanse himself daily by taking a bath in water, but if one takes a bath even once in the sacred Ganges water of Bhagavad Gita, for him the death of material life is altogether vanquished. Because Bhagavad Gita is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one need not read any other Vedic literature. One need only attentively and regularly hear and read Bhagavad Gita. In the present age, people are so absorbed in mundane activities that it is not possible for them to read all the Vedic literatures. But this is not necessary. This one book, Bhagavad Gita, will suffice because it is the essence of all Vedic literatures, and especially because it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One who drinks the water of the Ganges attains salvation. So what to speak of one who drinks the nectar of Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita is the essential nectar of the Mahabharata, and it is spoken by Lord Krishna himself, the original Vishnu. This Gita Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishad, is just like the cow. And Lord Krishna, who is famous as a cowherd boy, is milking this cow. Arjuna is just like a calf, and learned scholars and pure devotees are to drink the nectar in milk of Bhagavad Gita. Let there be one scripture only, one common scripture for the whole world, Bhagavad Gita. Let there be one God for the whole world, Sri Krishna. Let there be only one hymn, one mantra, one prayer, the chanting of his name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let there be one work only, the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So thank you for joining this reading of Bhagavad Gita as it is. Our main goal as it is on the occasion of Gita Jayanti in 2024, we are doing this service. Our main goal is to please the spiritual master, our Vaishnava-Acharyas, devotees, and the Supreme Lord himself. And we pray to all the Vaishnavas that they bless us so that we can do our devotional service eternally to the Supreme Lord without any material motives. Like Srila Rupa Goswami said, Anyabhilashita sunyam dhyana karma dhyanavratam anukulyena krishnana selanam bhakti ruchite. So again, thank you very much for joining this reading. Again, we will hopefully we'll join for other readings as well. Again, we will also hopefully we'll meet again next year for Gita Jayanti. Meanwhile, we will also join with the other readings. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.